So we got really close to the end of this last time. That anime chapter took longer than I really expected it to, but that's fine. So we got this chapter unlocked. And then once this is finished, we have the final chapter. And I will probably be playing that through twice. I'm not going to just outright spoil anything, but I do know that if I pick a specific character for that final chapter, that it plays completely differently. And also, when you pick that character and you save, you just can never go back. So what I plan to do after I finish this is just pick a party. I don't know quite how that works exactly, but you pick a party, and then you play through the final chapter like at the end of the game. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. There's 2 endings of that. I'll probably use save states so I can show both of them, because I think it's just a choice at the end. And then I'm going to play it again as that character and save in a different slot. Because once you beat it with picking your party, you can just replay it and do whatever, like it is now, and just replay whatever you want. So I'll probably replay some stuff on my own time. Look for stuff I missed. Like I know there's some stuff. There was a secret boss in his chapter that I didn't even attempt. But I might actually try his chapter without killing anybody. And I would like to see what, if anything, I get from doing the mini game, Captain Square, I think, in his chapter. Anyways, I want to do that stuff on my own time, not subject you people to seeing all these chapters over and over again. Yeah, so I'll save the second time through the final chapter and just a different slot so I can do that. I do know that it's supposed to be a completely different story, and there's 2 more endings that I will also try to get and show off. Okay, so let's get started here. No story, okay. I also haven't mentioned it, but I also kind of like that each era has a different font. I don't know if that's just something that the translation did, or if that's... I'm not entirely sure how the original would have done that. Just different looks to the whatever. I don't know. I like that. And now the semifinalists in the Lucretia Battle Tournament. In the West. Or what's your name again? Orsted. In the West, it's Orsted versus Armstrong. And in the East, it's Strabo versus Watanabe. Good luck. Cut one way? Sure. V-shine. Okay. So this guy's pretty beefy, apparently. Not the enemy, the character. I mean, the enemy... Wow, okay. The enemy does appear to be pretty beefy. I thought this was going to be a battle that I couldn't lose, but sure. In the West, the winner is Orsted. And in the East... I wonder if it'll be the degenerate guy. Daddy. Okay, this again. Apparently every chapter has a scene like this. And I've only seen a handful of them. Warrior Strabo. Now then, before the finals, a word from the king. The both of you have displayed superb skill this morning. Keep it up. Remember, to the winner, I give the right to marry my daughter, Princess Alicia. Orsted, give it everything you've got. Even though we may be friends. I'll never forgive you if you go easy on me. Now then, it's Orsted versus Strabo in the final match. Begin. So, despite his name, he doesn't use a bow, it looks like. Okay, he was also pretty easy. Orsted is the victor. Nerd. It's alright. You've won. Come forward, Orsted. Well done. Well done indeed, Orsted. Orsted, was it? You certainly seem to be very strong. It is with pleasure that I become your queen. To Orsted goes victory in the hand of Princess Alicia. A celebration of these two, on whose shoulders Lucretia's future rests. A feast. Let us all eat, drink, and be merry. Okay. What a day. Father overdid it a little at the feast, admittedly, but he's happy to have an heir such as you. Of course, I'm happy too. Please stop calling me Your Highness. I'm just me now. From this day forward, even more than father. More than anyone. I believe in you. Eek. Okay. Do I have any items? I do not. Okay. Orsted. Orsted, help. So there's not a whole lot left in this game, but there resides in the Eastern Mountains a demon who despises all things. There resides in the Western Mountains a hero fated to destroy the demon. Okay, as I was saying, there may not... Medieval chapter, King of the Demons. There may not be much left in this, but I don't know with as much as I'm wanting to do if I have time today to finish all of it. I hope I do. I don't know how involved this chapter or the final chapter is going to be. I'm having a hard time believing all of this. The nightmares have started afresh. How is it that the demon could have come back to life? We have little hope. The brave hero slew it last time. But he's closed his heart now, and is living as a hermit in the mountains. Are you saying you'll go? Thank you, Orsted. I hereby proclaim you the new heroes. So was Orsted the silent protagonist in this? None of the other protagonists have been, but they're responding as if he's talking, so... Please, destroy the demon, save Alicia, and return peace to this fair land of Lucretia. My heart is gladdened. One more suitable could not have been declared my heir. I'm counting on you, Orsted. I believe in you. Why do people keep saying that? Okay. Finally get a chance to take a look at his... Only level 1. Okay. He's doing pretty good damage for level 1. And not a lot of skills. Okay. Nearly 20 years ago, a demon appeared from atop Devil's Peak. It abducted the queen, who was pregnant with Alicia at the time. The hero Hash joined forces with a monk named Uranus to fight the demon, emerging victorious. His Majesty rejoiced, granting unto Hash the title of hero. Despite all this, he still set forth on his self-imposed exile. Uranus left for parts unknown as well. We haven't the foggiest where he could be. His Grace is deeply familiar with the legend of the hero Hash. Okay. I mean, I would hope he would be. I'm counting on you, Orsted. I believe in you. I'm trusting you to save the princess. Alright, now what can we loot from the castle? I did not actually expect to be able to take that sword. Or that armor. I think I would rather have the defense. Or not the attack. Okay. That is... Okay. I did not expect that to be used as a shield. Interesting. Oh, I meant to check the items as well. I assume that they're healing. So then I should probably just check everything that looks like something. Because I did not expect to take that armor, and I certainly did not expect to take that sword off the wall. Leather armor. A Normic sword. A royal shield. Alice biscuit. Okay. That's more defense, but it lowers other stats. I might switch later. But I already had the leather armor, so I should check the biscuit. I assume it's more healing. Yeah. I can't believe that anyone could have abducted the princess. Just generic NPC dialogue. Oh, I should probably check down here then. Oh, wait. No. Without the princess, the halls of our castle seem so much darker. You guys could have independent thoughts. Her Highness always was fond of this garden. We'll be sure to keep it healthy. I thought it might be like the Kung Fu chapter where I could just take the plants. The whole village is gathered outside to send you off. How did they know I was going? Feel free to help yourself to anything you need from our armory. Don't forget the swords and shields hanging on the wall. Okay, so they tell me I can do that. Joshua seed? So they really just give me a lot of... everything in here I can actually take. That's actually kind of nice. Glove. Chario boots. unicorn horn. Alright. Well, they're giving me enough equipment to arm a whole group. Oh, I did not expect that to be an accessory. Huh. Drunk immunity? I don't know what that means. Speed, I guess? That's also healing. Okay, that's speed. So then what is... I don't know, I think that's also supposed to be speed, but it looks kind of messed up. It looks like an SP. I don't know why nothing else in the game was doing that, and then I noticed last chapter things were actually telling me what they did. It is kind of nice that I actually just take everything. Usually that's like crap on the wall and it's just decoration. This is the prison. Okay, can I not loot that as well? The townspeople want to see you off. Norstead, take care. You must be the new hero. This sword has been handed down through many generations in my family. Please take it. Another defender. That's our Orsted. So manly, teehee. Don't let some nasty demon get you down. This might come in handy. Receive this thing. What? I don't have anything for you. Oh wait, I know. How about this? Received disrobed clothes? What? I gathered this in the southern woods. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. My sister lives in the village of Familia to the southwest. Okay. It's my treasure, but since it's you, Orsted, you can take it. It was a present from my woodcutter dad. I'm the woodcutter. I picked up some seeds out in the woods. Okay. It's Orsted. Cool. The mountain in the southeast is known as Devil's Peak. So then based on that cutscene, up is south. Okay. No one's ever been there except Hash and Uranus. I'm the woodcutter's wife. Round about the time I'd left to bring my husband his lunch. Oh no, dearie, I won't take a moment of your time. Now, where was I? Oh no, I've completely forgotten. Give me a minute. I'm going to be up till 3 in the morning worrying about this if I can. Oh hey, wait, 3 reminds me of tree, so tree. Right, see, my husband brought that home, and there's an old man in a nearby village who spent all day sitting in the sun. Let's see, what was his name? What was the name of the village? I'll think of it eventually. Well, I'm so sorry for taking up so much of your time. Good luck out there. Okay. We can't fight, but we can still believe that you can bring the princess back. There's a snowy peak to the west of here called Hero's Mountain. Please save the princess and all of Lucretia. Grown-ups are sneaky. They don't fight, they just lay it all on the hero. That is true. Okay. Let's see. I don't know. That's an accessory. Whatever that means. I don't think that's good. I don't think it's going to be better armor. Yeah, I did not expect it to be. 1 vitality, sure. Okay. We should have bring back the princess. Trying to sneak out, Orsted? I'm going with you. If it's a demon we're up against, then it only makes sense. If the tournament champions should be the ones to defeat it. Stray Bo joined the party. I kind of expected to run into him in a bit, but I did expect him to go with me. Chowder Rod? Okay, it's the leather gloves. So this is just garbage, I guess. I got so many holy armor if everyone can use it. And there's just no reason not to use it. So what kind of skills he's got. Also only 2. I mean, he is level 1. It's fire magic and ice magic. Okay, good. Random battles. Fang Eater? What? What are these names? I'm assuming he's got range. Okay, it's okay range. That's pretty good range. And it's instant. Nice. Ow. Right. What's that? Okay, sounds like an AoE. Go through the trees. That suggests there's something hidden out here somewhere. Okay. Pretty good. Some really good animation on him. Well, the game was right, that was a tickle. Okay, should be getting a level up soon. So I'm going to be doing a bit of grinding for a bit. Silver wind. It's probably wind magic. That's not the right menu. Water. Okay, water magic, I guess. Another ice attack. Sure. Really feels like I should be able to find items out here. Take a look at his new move spell. Okay, that's got some really good range on it. And some really good damage on it. Wow, it's pretty good for level 2. I don't know where I should be going. A lot of people mention different locations. Oh, these take up 2 tiles. Okay. Hero Mountain. Does that mean that's where the hero is at? Okay, so they have the unique graphics if I can actually harvest them. Huh. Okay. Okay, this might be a bit beyond my level. Maybe not. I'm not killing anything, so it is a possibility that I'm not supposed to be here quite yet. Finally. And they're only going for him. Well, that's also AoE. Great. I think the ice magic also did more damage to him. And he's down. Okay, so I'm not ready for this place. That's ridiculous. Try Familia Village. I don't expect there to be shops. There's not been any shops in this entire game, in any chapter. The closest thing was the crafting in Caveman and anime. Ahead, forbidden land, abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Interesting. I did not expect that to be up. Okay. It's like something in the middle of those trees. Oh, they tickle him for a lot more. Hammer power. Okay. Use flat of the sword. What? Okay, I see. Getting a lot of healing items. That's nice. And now I will never use them. Let's give this a try. Pretty strong. Ow, and its angle. I just mashed right through it. Oh well. They go down pretty easy. Looks like I should be able to go down there. Oh. Okay. This supposed to be like a hidden healing area or something? It's kind of nice, actually. No other chapter was so generous with the healing. I guess that means it's going to be a really... I should actually check some things while I'm at it. So it's single target area. Okay, that's good to know. Blue. Is this yet another ice attack? No, now. No, why wasn't this? These, I feel like these names should be swapped. Paralyzing lightning. Okay. Yeah, so they're just throwing healing at me. So I'm wondering if this chapter is meant to be really tough. I'm just gonna have him pass so I can check this out. And this is the first one with a charge time. And that canceled his turn. Thanks, game. There we go. Pretty strong. Kind of wish it was AoE since it has such a, I guess, a long charge time. Okay, let's go to this village. Hopefully more to loot. Nope. So that means it just has a charge time, they can just walk out of the way. So unless I'm targeting an enemy that's right next to Orsted, he'll have to be right next to the enemy too. I don't need to use it on these enemies, I just like the spell. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they are just throwing the healing items at me. Are you really Orsted? My son's a huge fan. Okay. The herbs growing outside work wonders for injuries. Oh, I can't loot this. Ah, what a lovely day. I can't loot these either? What? What a beautiful shield. So take it! You protagonist powers, loot all these homes. This is a disappointing village. I mean, I got healing items out of it, I guess. And you can go pretty far underneath the trees. Okay. So it looks like I could probably skip the Hero Mountain, but that's probably not going to be a good idea. Gained some levels, so maybe I can handle the Hero Mountain now. Like most of their chapters I've done, I would like to get everyone up to about 10 at least. And I really hope you can get a better sword. Okay. Ow. Jeez. How did that not kill it? Okay, that works really well on that. Okay, the enemies still hit pretty hard, but I have better abilities to use on them now. I'm really expecting to find more healing items out here, but nope. They really let me wander off into nowhere. Are these like a different variety of that same enemy? Because they are a lot stronger. Well, not a lot, but a little stronger. Okay, even though they're ice enemies, sure. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble on them now. There must be something different. And I just mashed through the name or something. Or maybe not. I don't know. Sword Wind. Maybe he finally got a ranged attack. Yep, sounds like it. Yeah, they really let me go out of nowhere. Okay, they are different enemies. Alright. Pretty strong. Let me... There we go. He's getting quite a lot of hit points. I don't hope so. He's supposed to be a knight. Red cage. Roast distant enemies. Okay. I have to run into that guy again. There he is. This battle exactly. also not AoE. I wonder if it has a... It does not have a charge, okay. That definitely looks like it should be an AoE. Oh, well, it's strong, so I don't care. Quit running away. He knows his death is coming. Okay. This looks dangerous. It is very dangerous. Why do the enemies keep running away? Great. Let's try this on it. Oh, move again. Already. Okay. That was a little scary. Not too bad. I really feel like I should be finding more items. Alright. An ice helm. Alright. So enemies can drop items. Probably better give it to him first. See if I can find another one though. I just realized he has absolutely no attack. I guess that makes sense since he is a wizard. Ow. So I wonder who actually drops that. In Cage. Purple Mist. Okay, they're... Yeah, they've evened out in level, in experience, I should say. So, we should be leveling up at the same time now. Counterattack. Confusion. As long as this is instant, this would be a really good ability. I know it's a bit early for it, but I actually need to go to the bathroom. Had more coffee than usual this morning, so I will be back in a couple of minutes. Alright, I'm back. Back to the game. Okay. So trying to find treasure and trying to grind up a bit. Huh. Wonder if that stone over there means something. So it's not a counter. Why does it say it's a counter? Sure, I'll take it. It's also really close range. Okay, it's also instant. Good. And it's really strong. Okay, so I like these new abilities. It's unfortunate that it's such a close range, but it does a lot of damage. Oh, there we go. Another ice helm. Let's see. Alright. So yeah, that screen is apparently helpful. It just... nothing I had tried before the previous chapter seemed to mean anything. I'm going to assume that I can't do anything with that cave yet. Or, I mean, I think it's a cave. I can't do anything with that stone yet. I think I'll actually go back and check it before I go on. I wonder why it calls that a counter when it's not a counter. Nope, can't do anything with it. Okay. There's a lot fewer items out here than I expect there to be. Maybe everything is in the demon's castle. Oh, that's not the house. Slow leveling. I did not expect this to go further up. Maybe I should check that after. He's not interested in us. The shield looks somehow familiar. It's locked. Disappointing. I should go check the grave. The hero Hash, conqueror of the great demon, sleeps here. So then who's the hermit? Talk to him a bunch? Okay, no idea. Something for later, I guess. What more is there to do? I guess progress. I was hoping it would take a little longer for the grind to slow down. Well, I did get some new equipment in there. Really wish I could get a new sword, though. Because I do not think this one is going to hold up. And equipping a second defender is not going to help. It's weaker. I mean, I'm fine with him wasting everything. Slowly approaching another level. Okay. I don't really have to snake my way through the forest to get to the demon pass or whatever, but I know it's down this way. Okay. How unsettling. Really? Then what do I do? Huh. Doesn't look like I can get through the forest anywhere. No. Do I have to go talk to the guy now? That was a lot of damage. He should do that more often. Can't do anything with that guy now. I'm gonna have to check the guide and see what I'm supposed to do. Okay, so that does different numbers of fire pillars. Really, I thought that was AoE. Oh, wait, because it missed. Never mind. So that's why it has such vastly different damage. That does so much damage every time. But I don't know why that's doing such vastly different damage. Alright, level up. Moon down. Blue Squall. Another ice ability. He's getting really beefy. So is he, actually. Lightning Bolt. Sit nearby to sleep. Okay, that sounds pretty useful. Okay, it's an AoE, so that's good to know. I expected it to be around him, but this is fine. It's not strong, but it does effectively immobilize him. That is really good range. But it has a charge up time. Anytime he wants to cast it. There we go. And it's not even very strong, but it does paralyze. That is not worth the long charge up. The paralyze is nice, just that takes way too long to go off. Their ice helm. Maybe if I get another party member. I kind of doubt I will. Okay. So, onto the guide. I have no idea what to do. Huh. I can keep getting more of that this thing to get extra vitality. I don't know if I can go back and get them though. It says to take the shield from the wall from that village, and I couldn't do that. So I'm going to go back to the castle and see if those people are still there. They might not be, but that's +1 vitality for each one of those things. I'm very slowly building up. Thought it would take longer to only get... I don't think it's 1 experience, but it's not a lot of experience. These are probably 1 experience. Why can't he just do that more often? Okay, they are still here. Who was it? Okay. This person. Just as many as I can. Or a few more. I'll check how many I've got. Okay. I mean, it's fatality. Just get a couple more. I don't think I can get any more of anything else. And I can't loot the town. Okay. So it says I'm supposed to be able to take that ornate looking shield from the village. Which I did try to do. Maybe I have to check that one first? That old man's missing. The warmth of the stove is quite comforting. The shield looks somehow familiar. What? How do you know of the shield? Okay. That's what I needed to do. Yeah, that makes sense. I see the one in the hermit's house and come back here because they're the same. I see. So the demon has come back. Yes, Hash was indeed the hero who destroyed the demon. But afterwards the kingdom had no use for him, and he was soon all but forgotten. Eventually he hid himself in the northern mountains and grew disgruntled. Just as I did. Fame corrupts the souls of all but the strongest wills. That's why I've been living a quiet life here in this tiny village. So then... That's right. I'm the monk who fought alongside Hash all those years ago. Uranus is my name. You should get a different name. The rescuing the princess is indeed important. I don't wish to leave Hash as miserable as he is. If people can't believe in others, then in what can they believe? I'll go along with you. I still believe that Hash will change his mind. Uranus joined the party. Okay. You should bring that shield. It was used in the last battle with the demon. Received hero shield. Can I loot your stuff now? No. Oh. I did not check his level. Level 6. Okay. He's also fairly beefy for being a mage. What kind of skills has he got? Not a lot. But he's a healer. That's nice. An area heal. Counter. Huh. Roar to all evil? Sure. Individual recovery. I'm gonna have to try this stuff out. I did not actually expect to get the previous heroes. Usually, in a story like this, the previous heroes are long dead. I have to keep them alive to see what Uranus can do. Okay, so this is an actual counter. That is a really good heal. Wow. Well, we'll see about the... Okay, that is, in fact, a really good heal. It is the first one that I can actually pick a location. The other one is an individual heal. I hope that doesn't mean it's on himself. I doubt that it does, because he seems like a proper healer that I have not yet had in any chapter. Yeah, it also picks a target. Let's see how good it is. It is really good. Alright, so he is a really good healer. See what the counter does. Okay, that's a pretty good counter too. Which means he's probably going to end up being the first to die or something stupid. Because he's actually useful. Alright, now I want to try out his last ability. It's the entire screen, and it's instant. He just yells at him. Okay, that's a pretty good ability, sure. I plan to equip that shield, but I don't know if I actually need it in my inventory. Actually, did not need to get next to him because this hits an area. Actually, I'm going to run him right up next to him in case he can counter it. Actually, I'm going to heal them. No, I'll still get him next to the thing in case he can counter. Because that's a pretty good counter. I have a feeling this battle's not going to last long, though. Now, why is that so weak all of a sudden? Alright. Yeah, yell at the bear. It paralyzes. Okay. That old man yell. That's a really good ability. This thing's super beefy. I don't remember it lasting this long last time. Okay. Must have been pretty close. Yeah, this is just going to be slow leveling. But I do still want to try to get everyone up to about 10 by the end of the chapter. Earlier, if possible. Hash, how long do you intend to brood here? The demon has returned. Hash, you've grown weak, Hash. People are inherently weak, so they have to depend on those stronger than themselves. They believe in people. That's how they grow strong, fiercely strong. Let's go, Orsted. The hero is dead. This man is nothing but a sulking coward. Oh. I did not realize I had control there. Okay. Hash. Don't get me wrong. I'm not doing this for people or any crap like that. This is just to prove that I'm no damn coward. The hero Hash joined the party. Let us visit the summit. Another hero shield. Let's take a look at it. Okay, he is level 10 and he is actually super weak. I mean, he's got good stats, just his hit points are really low for being level 10. I am almost as high and I'm only level 6. That is rather significant defense buff, though. He can use the hero shield. Okay, that'd be really good for him. Probably him as well, but he's also got pretty good defense. He's got even more impressive defense, okay? Oh, right. I can give him this thing. Alright. I should probably give him the shield. I don't think he needs that little bit of defense. I guess I'll find out when I get into combat with him. Right, let's see what kind of skills he's got. So several of the same abilities. Okay, so that's probably got a yeah, that says charge. Chopped to bits. Why does he have an evil? Why does he have an evil tech that's also a legendary technique? Sure. Roast enemies at range. Okay, so he sounds like he's going to be pretty good. Right. It's not often that I actually get a full party in this game. Why did they swap? Whatever. Devil's Peak. Hash, if this is where... the demon. This time, we'll put an end to this. Got his old sword. Hash got his old sword. Okay. Did he equip it? Oh, there it is. Bring on. Okay. I don't know how I missed that. Yeah, let's give that to him, since it's supposed to be his. And then I will get his old Axiom sword. Okay. I wonder if there's anything I can do with that rock in the previous map now. Probably not. But we'll see. I'm actually not going to do that, because I want to see what he can do. So we're back to enemies having multiple turns for every one of mine. So I know how the first three work. Okay. Oh, okay. Wow. Let's try that in a bit. Yeah, let's try this first. And it takes, and it has a charge to it. Okay. Why did, oh, it missed him. Never mind. I keep forgetting that it can miss. That is worth the wait. Wow. Nope, can't do anything with this. It looks very suspicious, but I can't see a cave or something behind it. That doesn't mean there isn't one. Just I can't do anything with it now, I guess. Oh, okay. Didn't realize it didn't hit right in front of him. All right. What's the range on this? Oh, that one doesn't have a charge, and it's also really strong. Why did it call it a charge tech then? This game. Alright, old man yells at Cloud. I did not expect that to kill them all. But okay. Should fear the old man's yell. This is also supposed to recover stats, so let's see if it does that. Nope, just hit points. Alright. Well, that one's also going to charge, okay. And that's not worth the wait. Okay. So a couple more of his skills I'd like to take a look at. But it looks like I've figured out his wind move already. That's pretty decent. Also knocks them back, so that'll be handy. I have a feeling that one or both of the old heroes are going to die. I think it's just this one I want to see. It also has a delay. Of course it does. I mean, I expect that from the bigger AoEs. Okay, that is worth the wait, and it's a huge area to hit, so that's a really good skill. And I think I've looted everything that I can. So I'm hoping that the enemies in here are going to be more experienced. Why do they keep swapping places? Whatever. Let's go. This passageway only opens for true demon slayers. There. Oops. I did not expect to have control already. Okay. Right, they're getting close to a level. He is really far. I don't... He might get one level. He's already awake. Okay. Guess you get quite a ways to actually use that, but that's a really good skill. Holy crap! Yeah, you'd better die. Wow. What was that damage? Bet that skeleton is an item. For sure, he was a dangerous one. I don't know about these things. Nope. Well, at least they don't have a lot of hit points, what I should say. That dragon's just randomly really dangerous. Mirror drive. Red coat. Okay. Now, is that an actual counter? Okay. Okay, yeah, this is an actual counter. Huh. This is not a counter. I think it's some kind of buff. No, it is not a buff. Oh, that's also a counter. That's nice. Alright, just start yelling at him. How do you dodge a yell? Okay. I forgot that has a charge time. And now it's gone. Oh well, it died. Almond blade, okay. No. Then what was it? Oh, it's an attack item. Why is that a... Oh, almond blood, okay. That's why. Got a lot of healing items, which I hopefully won't need, as long as my old man stays alive. Eden's apple. Why is that an attack item? Whatever. There's a lot of enemies. And a dangerous dragon. Come on. Jeez. Okay. Well, I get to see the counter. It's okay. These are some rough fights. Can't counter. Well, he can yell at him. Nice. That doesn't last long. Ow! Jeez! All this defense I've got, it means nothing. Should still kill it. Alright. So he doesn't miss out on experience. It's still really slow leveling. Oh, what? Okay. Huh. It's all dead ends. There's a lot of enemies. Of course it misses. And it still didn't kill him. Nice. That's not good. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. No, how did I miss that? Not paying enough attention, I guess. More worried about getting some levels. Alice biscuit. All wood. Hopefully kill that bulb. Nope, it killed the dragon. Okay. It's good enough. Okay. Almond blood. Come on. Why does that work last so long, so short on enemies, but so long on me? Okay. Looks like we're in the demon castle now. Nightmare helmet. Sounds pleasant. Actually, if it shows anything here. Sleep immunity. Is that IQ minus 20? I think it might be. It is. I think that'll be okay on him. There's no traditional cursed items in this. It's just that it's got lower IQ. Ooh. Okay. Nice. Jeez. Just yell at him. Right, level 8. Spindle, right? Purple Stray. I don't think he needed an additional AoE like that, but okay. He's got a lot of health now. Yeah, really making the old heroes look weak in comparison. They hardly have any hit points. He's almost got to level up again. Let's take a look at those new skills. Well, I mean, I know what this does. Does he really need a better version of Plus Link? Huh. That's probably really good, but it probably also has a long cooldown. Debuffs like that tend to really help. This is stronger than that plus link, though. Or it should be, at least. That's a single target. And it does have a charge time. Oh, it doesn't... No, okay, never mind. It targets the square. So, yeah, they can just move out of the way. So that's not a good... I don't like that. It's wrong, but I don't like it. Sanctuary. He didn't get any hit points, did he? Huh. Okay. I wonder if that's another AoE attack. How goes his eye? Accessory. Increases IQ and has sleep immunity. Let's give that to him. I'll try it, but I don't think it's actually going to be too helpful. Area. And it's also a charge time. Okay. That is really good, though. That is definitely worth the wait. That is not. Paralysis aside, that is not worth the wait. Time for Old Man Yell. Bugs can't stand it. Okay. Ow. Just an empty room. Okay. Could have at least put a treasure in it. This looks familiar. actually don't think I needed to make him move. I actually have a map. I'm going to see if I'm getting close to the end of this. Okay, I'm still a bit away. Because I would like to grind up a little bit more. Like I said, I would like to get to about level 10. Just get more survivability. That's not good. I did not expect that to kill either of them. Jeez. Okay, stop hurting my old man. Yeah, they get multiple turns to every one of mine, and that's what makes the combat pretty bad. Alright. Flame armor. Sounds really good. If he can use it, he needs... Wow, that is a lot of defense. Yeah, I'm going to do that. My healer needs the defense. Solomon's Bone, Holy Water, another unicorn horn. I do not remember what the unicorn horn raises. IQ, okay. So maybe I should give... that. No, I'll keep one on the... Oh, it's healing. It's also an accessory. IQ. Alright. Let's give those to him. So hopefully that makes him a lot stronger. Old man doesn't need to be stronger. He's a healer. Doesn't need strength. He doesn't need damage. It's just a perk that he can do a fair amount of damage. Huh. This was not a thing before. Interesting. I just found that by accident. Okay, yeah, that defense is really helping him. Wait. Huh. Why can I not go into the square in front of those torches? That's weird. Sure, wait until I get in a position. Hopefully I can get another one of those armors, though. Probably won't, but would be nice to have. Okay, wait a minute. These are the different audios. Like, even ones in the future, why are they here? Demon. If it isn't the hero, Hash, and his friend, Uranus, you will pay. Okay. Demon Lord. He's not an audio, so this might not be the chapter boss. But it does have the boss music, so I doubt I can put him to sleep. It's bad. Maybe he's just resistant to... And of course he moved, and my charge attacks aren't going to do anything. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Let me take a turn. This is really stupid. This is the crap that really gets me. I have not gotten an actual turn. Okay. Nope. So don't use anything with a charge count on him, apparently. Every one of my turns he gets 2. That's fun for a boss. He's just resistant to everything. Holy crap! Why can't I... No, why are those unusable? He's poisoned and nothing else. Poison doesn't restrict your abilities. I'll try it, but I don't think it works. Didn't think so. Oh my god. I'm going to keep doing that until it gets it right. Poison does not restrict your abilities. This is a stupid fight. Nothing he does any real damage. I would really... No! I would really like for him to get close enough to be healed. I feel like lowering his level is just going to be... Of course. I feel like lowering his level is going to be the win move. I'm not repeating that again. Well, that did actual damage, but not enough. I don't know if that's going to wake him up. Not that it matters. I mean, if he keeps wanting to do that, that's fine with me. And now he's dead. Because now he's in range of that melt breath. Yeah. God, this is a really bad fight. Just keep doing that. I don't care if you do no damage and put him to sleep. Of course, everybody is always in range of that. If this isn't the chapter boss, then I don't know what would be, because this is really dumb. How did they beat this thing before? I am doing nothing to this boss. He's immune to sleep. It would be nice if something did damage. I can't imagine I'm meant to lose this fight. Nothing so far has been that way. Nope. I thought it was it. They had the guy's turn. He does enough damage that it makes me think that this is supposed to be unwinnable. Nope, I'm checking the guide. This is really, really stupid. The boss does not do anything that it says that he does, okay? Yeah, this is just a really stupid fight. That wasn't a turn, that was poison damage. This game. Okay, that's how you win the fight. Jeez. He's already turned to stone. What more can you do to him? Okay. Yeah, this is just a dumb fight. Okay. Would have been nice to keep... Yeah, because I miss out on a lot of experience there. No. There's no way. That was not the demon. Hash. How pathetic. Hash. Bah. Hash this, great hero that. I'm tired of hearing it. So that wasn't the demon after all? The true demon is much stronger than the princess? Hash. You get the plague, don't you? Why did you come? I may be old, but I am still a hero. Hash. I wanted to go out with a bang. Instead, use this sword. See, Brion. Maybe I couldn't actually use it before now. The princess placed her faith in you. So long as at least one person believes in you. You must not lose hope. Well, at least it wasn't the healer that died. Hash. And he was also the one that leveled up from the fight. Okay. But the princess. Where can the princess be? This isn't good. Let's get out of here. Oh, I have control. No. Oh well. Go ahead and save. Can we loot the body? Is this any time to be worrying about the dead? Pull yourself together. What? It's been blocked by the cave-in and cannot be opened. Okay. I was not expecting this. So where is the princess? I guess I just leave? There was no other paths to take. There's also no encounters, which is nice. Just gotta check this room. Maybe this changed. Probably not. I'm probably just supposed to leave. I don't know what more could be in this chapter with only these two characters. At least one of them's a healer, though. There were no encounters leaving there, which... If there is a fight after that, then I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I see. The hero Hash and Strabo too. So that means the true demon. And Alicia. I'm sorry. You must be exhausted. Please rest in the room to the left. Your left or my left? Stay away. What the? What? Rather than do an actual save, I'm going to do that. Demon Lord and no music. Okay. Sure. I see. His His Majesty, what have you done to him? Somebody help. What's going on? The king. Orsted has killed His Majesty. Well, what kind of awful... But then, you must have Hashin Strabo as well. Orsted. The demon. It's him. Orsted is the demon. Ah. I can't believe you people. This one came back with Orsted. Then you must be the demon's ally? What? Uh-oh. Stand down, Orsted. Shut up. Orsted, flee from here. So you admit to it. Make haste, you fool. Not quite sure where I need to go. What's going on? Man, that is the demon that killed His Majesty. We have to inform the townsfolk. The demon. You devil, get out of Lucretia. Never come back. Is that really what they should be doing? Shouldn't they be trying to get me into the prison? I mean, I guess I will save. Where am I supposed to go? There's still combat. I have a feeling it's back this way that I'm supposed to go. Not if there's still these dragons, because these really kicked my ass with a party. And some kind of new enemy. A dog priest? Ah, okay, did nothing. And he leveled. Dragon sword. I don't think I got anything back. Oh, I like that description. This is a sword. Sure. Yeah, that's not a very good skill. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, this is where I'm supposed to go. Without a healer. This is bad. These dragons can do a lot of damage. They're not. They can. I think that breath attack that they used that did so much was ow. Was only ranged. Of course, why wouldn't you have that? I think that's a white. It is not, somehow. Probably should have healed, but... I remember the way through here again. Why are there so many enemies? I mean, I got a really powerful sword, but... the enemies still do a lot of damage. I didn't get really good armor. If I'd thought about it, maybe I could have taken it off of Uranus. No, that's a dead end. Of course he had to move away. Another level. So the new enemies probably are worth a lot of experience. Wow. Even at level 10, that dog priest is worth 40. So yeah, they're worth a lot of experience. So I should be getting a few levels in here. Oh, that's a dead end. I think I'm trying to get back to the end again. I don't know if it's worth using this because it's a long charge, but it's also really strong. Oh, okay, if they don't want to take a turn, I'm fine with that. I want to be back here. Huh, then where am I headed? I don't know. I did notice that all the new enemies are some kind of phobia. I think that's supposed to be important. I don't know why they're not attacking, but I'm okay with it. They do a lot of damage. Alright. Now I'm getting all of Hash's abilities now. I'm confused because I really thought that was where I was supposed to be heading. Okay. There we go. I'm still getting a lot of experience from those things. Okay. Yeah, it says my goal is to make it to the statue room. Maybe I'm supposed to fight more of those phobia things? I don't know why they're actually giving me a chance to use this, because it had quite a long charge up when Hash used it. Maybe I just have more speed? I suppose that's possible. That wastes my turn. What does he suddenly get a turn before me this time? I also just realized I have a ton of health. Yeah, 418. I should get another level in the next battle. Nice. I quit running away. I do not understand. Okay, so I made it where I'm supposed to go and nothing happened. So I'm just deeply confused. Alright, level 12. Hexaflange? Maybe I need to get that? I don't know. Something I'm missing. Back attack. I don't know why I would need to get that. But I'm just confused. I was hoping to wait until I finished the chapter, but I'm going to have to run to the bathroom again. I will be back in a minute. I'm back. So I was just looking through the guide, and it looks like I am probably supposed to go look for more of those phobias to run into. So I guess I just need to... They're supposed to be in front of doors. So I guess check other doors I didn't... Wait, what kind of range does this have? Okay, and it's instant. Okay. Moderately strong, I guess. And it paralyzes. It's pretty good. The only other thing I can think of is that I need to look around that statue room. That doesn't make sense to me. But if I don't run it... Because it lists all the phobia fights as like a boss fight in the guide. And some of them I definitely have not encountered. At least I don't think so. I don't recognize the name, but I also tend to just skip through the opening of the fight. Yeah, they're giving less experience, but still a fair amount of experience. Yeah, so the only thing I can think of is checking more doors and seeing if I encounter any more. I think I've actually checked all of them, unless it also counts the lower doors. Like at the bottom of the screen. They still do a lot of damage. But I do even more now. And why did that cancel my turn? This game. Charged attacks are just so bad. I really don't think I missed anything else in here. Because I think the doors in this section only progressed. Now that I think about it, I also have a map, so we'll take a look. I mean, there's doorways. I don't think that's quite what it means, though. So, yeah, but all I can think to do is to just try other doors. Because apparently they're right in front of the doors. And it does not look like I'm gonna... Unless I doubt the final chapter is gonna be short, but unless the final chapter is short, I am not gonna have time today to finish it. No, nothing there. It seemed like I fought everything. really wish I took that flame armor for myself after the Demon Lord. But I am doing all right. Yeah, I've been in here multiple times, so I've been all over the castle. I have checked every door. I'm gonna check the guide again, see which one I'm thinking of that I didn't run into. Okay. There's a couple that I have not run into. And one of them's supposed to be right in front of the statue room, and I have been in the statue room without fighting it, so I have no idea. It's also possible that the guide is based on an older translation, and the names have been changed since then. But then why couldn't I progress? The only other thing I can do is to just go all the way back out of this place and follow the guide all the way through to make sure I've gotten everything. I don't know why sometimes these things just let me kill them. I don't get it. Level 13. No skills, so... Unless I just needed to be level 12 for some reason. I don't get it. Why is this not doing anything? So I guess I'm going to go all the way back out of this place and just follow the guide through to make sure I hit all the checks or whatever. Because I am very confused why this is not doing anything. And waste my turn. Okay. There's not something I'm doing wrong in the statue room, because I'm supposed to approach those double doors, and then there's another fight, and there just isn't. So I am missing something. There's a lot of enemies. Getting close to another level? Nope. I mean, kinda, but not really. Okay, I don't know. So I'm going to go back through the guide. Let's see. Huh, okay. Yeah, I think that this might be based on a different translation. So come here, left. Or an older translation, I should say. I don't think there's a different one. Okay. What? Okay. Game. Nope. Okay, so there's a fight in front of that door that I did. And this is just the way back in. Okay, and there was a fight in front of that door, which I did. Or maybe it was this door. Yeah, it was this door. It was in front of this door. I fought that one. Okay. As long as I don't cancel my turn. And here. Yeah. And then there was a fight in here that I did. And now we're back. So yeah, I didn't miss anything. So why is this not triggering? I did not realize he was close enough for that. Okay, and hit 14. I did not expect that. And then there's supposed to be a fight in front of this door, which I did. Now we're back in here. So I didn't miss anything. I don't get it. I'm supposed to be able to just go through the double doors. And I can't. What am I missing? Did something break? What? I can't go through these doors. I can't. That's. There's another guide. Let's see if that's it. Well, there's a couple more guides. Let's see if that says anything. Because this is clearly broken. I am not missing anything, and it's just not working. Let's see. Well, that guy's worthless. Okay, so this is broken. I'm just supposed to be able to go through this door. And I can't. If I can't do this chapter, then I guess this game is over. Yeah, I don't know. I cannot progress. This is just broken. I didn't miss any of the bosses. I retraced the steps, and it just didn't. Okay. Oh. So here, so I can check this Wikia without. I hate Wikia, so I don't ruin my internet doing it. Loading all the stupid ads they have. I'm not missing anything. I didn't skip anything. It just will not open the door. And I can't imagine that there's something that I didn't do at the castle. Why would that have anything to do with it? Nothing. Okay. I missed something somewhere and the guy doesn't mention it. That's always fun. That's what I assume, because nothing anywhere says that I need to do anything that I'm not doing. It just says to walk through the doors. if I could at least finish this chapter, I can save the final chapters for later. I mean, for next time. But I do not know what's wrong here. Okay, sure, I'll take that. So the guide is definitely based on a different translation, because all these phobia enemies are listed as something different. Every single one of them is different in the guide. But most everything else has been the same name, so that's really weird. I guess I just go check everywhere. I'm going to see if there's anything mentioned in this guide I've been using before getting in here that I missed. I don't think there was. Okay, so there was something that I did miss in Uranus's cabin. I feel like that shouldn't block progression, though. That would be really stupid. Or was it the one in the mountain? No, it's not this cabin. It's the other cabin. And then I go back to the castle? Why would I go back to the castle? I'm supposed to be running away from the castle. Orsted. It's not true, is it? No, keep away from him. He's no hero. He's a demon. Demon, it's not true, right? Don't. Stay away. Go away, get out. Then I go back to the castle. If this is seriously what I have to do to progress, then that's really, really stupid. That feels optional. Are you... Exactly! Are you stupid? You're under arrest and are scheduled for a public execution. So this is required. Why? Oh my god. The execution is tomorrow morning. Why is this progression? Why would I need to come back to the castle? Oh, who is it? You've made a mistake. We're not demons. Orsted? Is that really you, Orsted? This is insane. Ho ho. They tortured me, but I never stopped believing in you. But now I'm starting to see why Hash hated people so much. But you know, Orsted? You have nothing to gain by hating humans. If this is required, why did they not just capture me when I was trying to flee? Why would I have to come back for any stupid reason? Just make this happen as I'm trying to escape. Like, they literally threw me out. Why did they not just grab me and throw me in the dungeon then? You have nothing to gain by hating humans, as long as there's someone who still believes in you. But you're still young, Orsted. What Hash and I devoted our lives to protecting, you must continue to protect. Please, you must go. There is still much for you to do. Orsted, was it? You certainly seem to be very strong. It is with pleasure that I become your queen. What a day. Father overdid it a little at the feast, admittedly, but he's happy to have an heir such as you. Of course I'm happy too. Please stop calling me Your Highness. I'm just me now. From this day forward, even more than Father. More than anyone. I believe in you. Stay away. Venture to Devil's Peak, the place where Hash died. I don't get it. I wasted a lot of time running through there. I think I even fought the bosses. Orsted's escaping. The demon silenced his comrade. You foul demon. Oh, I was wondering if I was actually going to fight the soldiers. They're in for a bad time because I am very overleveled. Why can I still get... Okay, you foul demon. Okay, I guess they're all going to say that. So maybe I didn't actually fight the bosses, but there were so many fights right in front of doors. I suppose they could have just been random fights. Whoa, the demon. Even with that weak hit, that still killed him. It's the demon. Don't open the door. Okay. So I can never loot those homes. Fiend, think you can escape? Where was this the first time I went through here? Why did I have to waste all that time? I really don't know what to think about this game. Some parts are really good, and some parts like this just let you run around doing nothing. I mean, I leveled, but I could have leveled heading there this time. Oh, they replaced the regular enemies. That's interesting. Why is it unique battle music, though? Why didn't it use it the rest of the escape? Okay, so I may actually have to fight the bosses through here. And why is this battle music replaced? Whatever. Okay, so I did not fight the bosses. So I really am only going to have time to do this chapter today. You've come. Huh. I mean, okay. That's not a sprite I expected, but sure. I don't suspect I'll have too much trouble on any of these bosses. But every door is supposed to have a boss. And it really felt like I was fighting... I mean, not a boss, but something in front of every door. Every main door. So I really don't know what to think. But at least I've memorized this path in now. Ha ha ha. Okay. I don't know what that's supposed to be. But it's getting the hexaflange. Okay, so I should probably back away from that thing. Sure. That's also a counter. He has so many counters. And that's the one he picks to use. Okay. Level 15. Demon's Cloud. Okay. Wait, no, that was an item I got. Okay. Of course it's an attack item. I wonder what the max level even is. It's got to be pretty low. Possibly 20. I'm definitely not going to grind for it, but that sounds about right. Oh, this door. Okay. I suppose I didn't need to do that second save. Expecting nothing less from a hero, Orsted. What? Oh, that's bad. That's really strong. So this could be a bad fight. Yep. Wow. That is a ridiculous fight. I am so over leveled. There's... Help me, Orsted. I'm so over leveled that there is no way that should have happened. So then I guess don't use any charge attacks. Give me a second. Here we go. If any one of them wants to go down, that would be really helpful. Wow. I just kind of need to heal after every single time. Every single one of those. And it looks like I'm going to be healing the rest of the fight now. Why is none of them going down? There we go. Okay, I'm going to check the guide for this fight. Okay, if I just kill the thing in the corner. Okay. Let me move, game. Nope, I have to heal. Every time they attack, I have to heal. They do so much damage. I don't know how strong this thing is. Not strong at all. Okay. So that's supposed to end the fight. I don't know if this has a boss. No. Don't die on me now. That way. Wow. I think this might be stronger. Eh. A little. That could just be rolling a little high on it. Okay. So now the doors should open. I do know that the guide recommended level 12. And I'm 14 now? 15. Okay, so it's even more. I shouldn't have had any trouble on those fights. So you've come. Hehe, is that surprise I see painted on your face? The collapsing roof was not an actual trap. I figured out the secret of the demon statue. Then, all of the emotions I'd kept bottled up exploded. I decided to stay behind, so I could save Alicia. Thus I faked my own death. This isn't good. Let's get out of here. Ah. Ha 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 ha. Mwahahaha. Man, what a bad friend. You fell for it so easily. Then, to fling you into the very depths of the despair, I saddled you with the crime of regicide. But you had the nerve to come here. You've ruined everything. You always have. No matter how much I help you out, you always take more, more, more. Even in the tournament. How I suffered that night. Do you think that I'd let you forget? But this time I'll strike you down. Today I make up for the past, when I was just your hapless fool. Hapless foil? What? Okay. Okay. Continue your apologies from the bottom of the abyss, Orsted. Okay. So this feels like an appropriate final battle, but I am alone, so... Okay. Get some distance. Hit him with the Hex Flange. Ow. Probably heal. Trying to keep my distance so he doesn't... I don't even know if this is the right position to avoid the counter. It is. Oh, quit! This jerk. I would really like for him to stop moving along with me so I can actually hit him. Okay, I think that's it. It was not a very hard fight, but that was still annoying. Damn it! And not yet. And what happened to the princess? Well, okay. Straybow. Stay away. Orsted. Why didn't you come for me? I did. What are you talking about? I waited for you. Oh, how I waited. But it was Straybow who came for me. He always suffered in your shadow. You could never understand how awful it is to always be the loser. Straybow. It's alright. I'll always be with you. Orsted, was it? You certainly seem to be very strong. It is with pleasure that I become your queen. I'm just me now. From this day forward, even more than father. More than anyone. I believe in you. The princess placed her faith in you. As long as at least one person believes in you, you must not lose hope. But you know, Orsted, you have nothing to gain by hating humans, as long as there's someone who believes in you. But you're still young, Orsted. What Hash and I devoted our lives to protecting, you must continue to protect. His Majesty, what have you done to him? Somebody, help! What's going on? The king. Orsted has killed His Majesty. Well, what kind of awful... But then... he must have Hash and Strabo as well. Orsted. The demon. It's him. Orsted is the demon. There's nothing left for me. No place to return to, nobody to love, and nothing to believe in. Nothing but demons. I will become a demon. In doing so, I shall teach humanity the folly of their selfishness. From now on, I am no longer Orsted. I am... the Demon King, Odio. Okay. So I may actually have time for the bad final chapter. It's supposed to be easy, and there are 2 endings in it. To be continued. Oh, finale protagonist. Okay, interesting. So I think I pick someone to be like the lead, and then I don't know how, but I get other characters. So what I'm going to do is pick Orsted again, and then save that to a different slot. So I'm also going to do a save state just in case I screw that up. But I'm going to pick Orsted again, and like I said, this should be short. I am going to try to do both endings. In this, there's 2 endings for him, and there's 2 endings for everyone else. But this is supposed to be short. Humans. Animals may be ruled by instinct, but they will not take a life unless they need the food. You maggots, however, you are different. You never tire of senseless destruction. I must teach you. I will show you what it is like to be the vanquished. Okay. Looks like he's got the same equipment. Does not have any items. Interesting. Huh. Right in the middle. Did not expect that. Okay. Does he have any new abilities? He does not. Okay. So what I'm supposed to do is go fight all of these statues. Mankind. Almost missed that text box. I tried so hard to do the right thing, but you would have none of it. You used me, betrayed me, and cast me aside like so much garbage. Might makes right. History is written by the victors. For the vanquished, there is no tomorrow. I shall visit distant places in distant times. I shall change the past, and you will bear witness. Bear witness to the power of these 7 stone idols, to the power of my hatred. Huh. You who fight in the name of hatred, be not the vanquished. So he is trying to change the history that I have already done, I guess? I don't know that it matters the order. They're all supposed to be pretty easy. But there is an alternate ending if I let him get beaten down some, so I might try to go for that one first. You, born from nothing, were created by humans to fulfill their selfish desires. And at the whim of those same humans, you were destroyed. Fight. Oh, this was the AI, wasn't it? Once again. Oh. Okay. Somebody's speaking through the comm unit. I see what's going on. So yeah, everything within the ship must work in harmony. I was built to maintain harmony. Therefore, my will is absolute. Nobody will stand in my way. Anyone who tries will be terminated. So I am fighting the heroes. Interesting. It doesn't tell me what any of these do. It actually moved me, okay. Wow, this is probably not... That is not a face that this thing had in the actual fight. Interesting. So I don't think this is going to possibly be one of the fights where I can do the alternate ending. Because as he hurts me, I heal. Okay. So, any of them that can do a moderate amount of damage to me, I will try to get the alternate ending to this chapter. The souls of those fallen in battle. Nobody has the right to deny you your desires. Use your power for this putrid land. I don't remember who this was. Make history. Oh, this was the gunslinger. Okay. So this one they might be able to do, unless he's alone for some reason. No, he shouldn't be. So this one they might be able to do a fair amount of damage to me, so I might be able to see the alternate ending. So you're the one who wasted Pike. Bahahaha. Doesn't matter how many rats you wrestle up. You won't be able to win against a Gatling gun. Wow, that's a lot of health too. I don't think he has an alternate sprite from the looks of it. Okay, these guys do okay damage to me, so it doesn't tell me what anything does either. Wow. I don't know how weak I have to be, but I know I have to get low. Nope, still no. He's not doing consistent damage. This could take a bit. There we go. I will... so I can go right back in here afterwards. So this whole chapter is a bad ending, but this is the bad ending. Wow. So he gets backed into a corner and no one survives. Okay. I mean, that certainly was an ending. I don't expect there to be a scene after the credits, but I'm going to wait. So based on this version of the final chapter, it's not hard to guess what the good endings are. I mean, how the rest of the chapter is supposed to go. I don't know how all the other heroes are supposed to get here. But we will find out next time. I do intend to reload that state and just finish that battle. It seems like Gatling gun is the win move. But yeah, all these battles are supposed to be really easy. There's no way Cube could have done anything to me. And there's no way I could have done the Armageddon ending in that fight. He's not doing enough damage, and every time he hit me, I recovered like 800 health. Something like that. So this was a good opportunity to see what this ending is. In the end, everything was blown away. Back to title. Wow. That is a bleak ending. I mean, I don't expect this to be any kind of good to this ending, but that was especially bleak. And I really don't think I need to save between these, because these are going to be easy fights. You who chose the path of battle to become the strongest man alive. Defeat is only temporary. But this is the wrestling one. Reclaim the title of World's Strongest. Not bad, Masaru. You are such a tiny man. Your determination is admirable, if misplaced. I am not impressed, though. The competition was not exactly stellar. I gave them quick deaths. First was that amateur Namcat, and the Lucha Wimp. I twisted Tula's joints in ways that nature never intended. Then Max, and that fat ass... Yeah, you get... I don't know how to pronounce that. Sorry, excuse me. I don't know what's going on with my throat today. And the geezer, whatever his name was. They were weak, so they died. Now you fight me. Odie Oldbright. Odie Oldbright. Whatever. I can't speak. You son of a bitch. You didn't fight them. You just slaughtered them. Namcat's Ashawaza. Great Asia's Lucha. Tula's Armlocks, Jackie's Strength. Morgan's Power. Seishi's Technique. And my anger. I'll crush you. Unlikely. Oh, so much health. I don't know if he counts as being too high. Two tiles tall. I don't think he does. That's not what I wanted. This one was Kung Fu. Strength is everything. Those who allow themselves to feel emotions will remain weak. The victor. No, I think this was a samurai. No, this one below me is a samurai. Not the samurai, the ninja. So this is Kung Fu. The victor will be who sacrifices everything for raw power. Yeah, I nearly forgot. The ninja boss turned into like some kind of frog monster. Lee, Samo, grant me your courage. Xing Shan Quan's final technique. Ha! Foolish child. Zhuan Ya Lian Shan Quan. I have so much health. Oh, and that's ranged. Huh. Surprisingly not doing too much damage to him. What is he doing there? Okay. That probably should not have been as funny as it was. I think I'll actually wait to do the mecha last. If I'd thought about it, maybe I would do these in the order that I actually did the chapters. You shall die, powerless humans, as sacrifices. To the pure power of the wilds. Only making him mad. Huh. What's his name in the fight? He was definitely in the fight when I did this fight. I wonder if they have the stats that they had when I played through it. Oh, there he comes. That's weird. Okay, I don't even have to move, just... They're definitely not as strong as when I went through the chapter. No, I suppose they could be, and I'm just a lot, and me as the boss is a lot stronger. Well, I guess she was the weakest. I shall ensure that your future is turbulent and uncertain. No ideals, only those who sell their soul will obtain power. This I guarantee. There you are. Hee hee ha ha ha, over here. Am I gonna fight him as a samurai or as the frog monster? Because the statue is a frog monster. Behold, cower before the sublime form of he who shall rule the land of the rising sun. That's right, I fought him as human in the building. Goo. Goo groo. Guh. Gr. Growl. Okay. Okay. I actually got Obero pretty strong. But you can't. None of these fights are gonna be a challenge, I think. They're not meant to be. Wow, he actually did damage. Alright, so just the mecha. And then I think... I don't know how this chapter ends. What about they're bringing people together? It'll only result in more despair. Destruction. This filthy world built by dirty people. Must be purified. You've come. Now, the great Inko Buddha statue shall bring unto us salvation. Master Odio arrives. Stay calm. We can do this. Right, Matsu? Oh, so in this fight, I have the unlimited health. Okay. Liquefied Man Curse. Wow. That sounds horrible. So I don't think it's possible to actually lose this fight. Similar to when I did this fight, there was no losing playing from the other end. Wow. He also shows no sign of getting weaker. But I also can't lose this, so just keep hitting him with this, since it seems to be my strongest attack. I also don't know why my back is to him the entire time. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's all of it. Have you realized it yet? You are trapped by your own illusions. We are the true victors. He. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I can't do a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. Okay. So it's a slightly better bad end? Not really. Yeah, this was a pretty short chapter. And next time I will do the actual final chapter, where I assume I fight him. I do not know how that's going to go. I don't know why the computer had a different sprite. Maybe it's just because it can't move in the fight against Q. Or maybe it could and just didn't. And I just didn't see it during that fight. Because nothing else had a different sprite. So I'm going to need to pick who I want to play as in the final chapter. I think I want Q, because he's a healer. I don't think I get anybody but the main characters from the chapters. But I'll find out, I guess. Sad end. Of course it is. And back to the title. So yeah, if I'd saved over this file with that file, then that's all that I could do. It never ends. I mean, it doesn't do a post-chapter save, so I don't know who I'm going to use as my main. This would be the only chance I think I get to level him up. I'll probably use one of these two, because I got them pretty strong. I'm going to use Cube for sure, because he's a healer. And then I don't know who would be the second two. I might use both Obero and Akira. I am not sure. This is also a chance to level him up. And he had some pretty good skills by the end. There's one of them that he could have learned like a secret skill from one of those that I just didn't bother with. And he will learn it when leveling. So, yeah, something I need to think about for next time. But he was really useful, so that's fairly likely that he will be the main, or at least someone I use. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. Yeah, that's it for today. Wasted maybe like 30 minutes just running around in that demon castle, not knowing why it wasn't progressing. That is really stupid. I complained about it when it happened, but they should have caught me as I was escaping. Why did I have to leave and go back to get caught? That's really stupid. Anyways, that's it for today. I will finish this up next time. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I hope to see you next time. Thanks for stopping by.